Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient corridors of the Ministry of Magic echoed with Harry Potter's hurried footsteps as he made his way to his office in the Auror Department. 20 years had passed since the Battle of Hogwarts, yet the weight of responsibility still sat heavily on his shoulders, perhaps even more so now that he was head Auror. The morning's report clutched in his hand made that weight feel like a mountain. 7 disappearances in 3 months, all children of reformed Death Eaters. No signs of struggle, no dark mark, no magical signatures. Just empty beds and devastated parents who had spent 2 decades trying to rebuild their lives from the ashes of their past choices. Harry pushed open his office door, where a concerned Hermione Granger Weasley, now Minister for Magic, waited for him. The morning light streaming through his enchanted window cast long shadows across her face, highlighting the worried lines that hadn't been there in their youth. "The nut boy disappeared last night," Harry said without preamble, dropping the report on his desk. "Same as the others. Theodore Nott is beside himself, says he just finished telling his son about his past and how he'd changed." Hermione picked up the report, her eyes scanning quickly. "That's the 7th one. All between 11 and 17 years old. All children of Death Eaters who renounced Voldemort's ways." She looked up sharply. "Harry, have you noticed the symbols?" He nodded grimly, pulling out a series of photographs. Each showed a different location where a child had vanished, and in each, barely visible unless you knew what to look for, was a small mark carved into wood or stone, a serpent devouring its own tail, but with intricate runes woven into its scales. The Department of Mysteries finally identified them. Hermione continued, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. "They predate Merlin, Harry. They're connected to an ancient order called the Custodians of Pure Blood, the group that actually inspired the creation of the Death Eaters. According to the records, they believed that magical blood could never truly be redeemed once it had been tainted by dark magic." Harry's blood ran cold as the implications sank in. They're not just targeting these children because of who their parents were. They're trying to purify the bloodlines by eliminating those they see as corrupted by their parents' redemption. A sudden flash of green flame in his fireplace interrupted them. Draco Malfoy's face appeared in the flames, his usually composed features twisted with panic. "Potter, you need to come to the manor now. It's Scorpius. He's received a warning. They're coming for him next." Harry and Hermione exchanged quick glances before rushing to the fireplace. Moments later, they emerged in Malfoy Manor's study, where the room's grandeur had been transformed by fear. Draco stood with his wife Astoria, both pale as ghosts, while their son Scorpius sat in an armchair, clutching a piece of parchment. The boy, so like his father at that age yet with none of the arrogance, looked up as they entered. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice trembling slightly, "they say they're going to cleanse me of my father's betrayal." Harry took the parchment, his jaw tightening as he read the ancient runes bordering the message. These were the same symbols they'd been finding at the disappearance sites. But this was the first time they'd sent a warning. "It's a trap," Draco said quietly. "They want you to try to protect him. They want to prove that even the great Harry Potter can't stop the purification of our bloodlines. Then we'll give them what they want." Harry replied, years of Auror experience flowing into a plan. But we'll do it on our terms over the next 48 hours. Harry orchestrated the most elaborate protection detail of his career. Publicly, Scorpius was moved to a safe house with a standard Auror guard. Privately, Harry had worked with Hermione and Draco to transform Malfoy Manor's cellar, once a place of darkness and pain, into an elaborate magical trap. They didn't have to wait long. Just before midnight on the second day, the wards around the manor detected multiple intrusions. Dark-robed figures emerged from the shadows, their masks not the silver of Death Eaters, but ancient bronze depicting writhing serpents. The battle that followed would be talked about in whispers for years to come. The custodians were powerful and wielded magic so ancient, it seemed to bend the very laws of nature. But they hadn't counted on one thing: the combined power of those who had learned that love and redemption were stronger than any pure-blood ideology. Harry, Draco, and their teams fought in perfect coordination, former enemies turned allies, proving with every spell that people could change, that redemption was real. The cellar's enchantments activated, turning the custodians' own purification spells back on them, revealing them to be descendants of the very dark wizards whose legacy they claimed to be fighting against. In the end, standing amidst the aftermath, Harry found himself facing the custodians' leader, a wizard he recognized as a former unspeakable who had lost his family to Death Eaters during the First Wizarding War. "You don't understand," the man spat, bound but still defiant. "Their blood is tainted. The children of Death Eaters will always carry the darkness within them. The only way to purify our world is to remove them." "No," Harry replied quietly, thinking of Draco, of Scorpius, of all the children and parents who had chosen a different path. "The only taint is the one you create by refusing to believe people can change. The worst mark isn't the one on their arms, it's the one you put on their souls by telling them they can never be more than their worst choices." In the days that followed, as the missing children were found and returned to their families shaken but unharmed, kept in a magically suspended state, waiting their purification, Harry worked with Hermione to establish new protections. Not just magical barriers, but programs to support the families of former Death Eaters, to help them confront their past while building a new future. The ancient symbols of the custodians were added to history books alongside a new message: that true purity comes not from blood or birth or even choices made in the past, but from the constant effort to choose light over darkness, love over hate, redemption over revenge. And in the years that followed, when people spoke of Harry Potter, they didn't just talk about the boy who lived or the man who defeated Voldemort. They spoke of the Auror who proved that everyone deserves a chance at redemption, and that the children should never have to pay for the sins of their fathers. In his office at the Ministry, Harry added one final note to the case file before sealing it. On his desk, a family photo showed Albus and Scorpius in their Slytherin robes, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning at the camera. Next to it sat a letter from Theodore Knott's son, thanking him for showing that a person's future isn't determined by their family's past. 20 years after Voldemort's defeat, Harry had helped win another victory, not against a Dark Lord, but against the darkness that lives in all hearts that refuse to believe in change. And somehow, this victory felt just as important as the first. Story 2. The Department of Mysteries had always lived up to its name, but on this particular winter morning, Harry Potter found himself facing a mystery that would challenge everything he thought he knew about magical history. As head Auror, he had grown accustomed to the department's peculiarities, but the sight before him made him pause, a pensieve unlike any he'd ever seen, its surface swirling not with silvery memories, but with threads of red, green, blue, and yellow light that seemed to dance and interweave in an endless ballet. "We found it sealed behind a wall that shouldn't have existed," explained the young unspeakable who had summoned him. "The magical signatures. They're over 1,000 years old." Harry leaned closer, his reflection distorted by the swirling colors. 20 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, He thought he'd seen everything the magical world had to offer. He was wrong. As he descended into the memory, the world shifted and reformed around him. He found himself standing in a circular chamber he recognized instantly, though it looked vastly different. The Hogwarts founder's private meeting room, but new, its tapestries vivid and unfaded, its stones unmarked by time. 4 figures stood around a table, their faces both familiar from countless paintings and startlingly human in their reality. Godric Gryffindor's red hair blazed in the torchlight, while Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem gleamed upon her brow. Helga Hufflepuff's warm smile carried a hint of worry, and Salazar Slytherin, looking far less severe than his portrait suggested, traced complex patterns in the air with his wand. "It must be hidden," Gryffindor was saying, his voice resonating with power. "The wand of harmony is too powerful to risk falling into the wrong hands." Harry's heart skipped a beat as he saw what lay upon the table, a wand unlike any other, crafted from 4 different woods spiraling together, each segment glowing with its house's color. As he watched, the founders performed complex magic, each contributing their greatest powers to the wand's creation. The memory shifted, showing glimpses of the wand's purpose, healing rifts between the houses, bridging magical differences, channeling the combined powers of all for founders' magical traditions. But it also showed its dangers, the raw power that could overwhelm an unworthy wielder, the temptation to use it for dominance rather than harmony. Back in the present, Harry found himself rushing through the ministry's corridors toward Hermione's office. The Minister for Magic listened intently as he described what he'd seen, her expression growing more concerned with each detail. "The timing can't be a coincidence," she said finally. "You've felt it too, haven't you? The growing tensions between the houses at Hogwarts again, the rise in magical incidents involving house rivalries." Harry nodded grimly. "The wand is awakening. It's calling for a worthy heir, someone to restore balance. But if it falls into the wrong hands, their fears proved well-founded." Over the next few weeks, magical disturbances rocked Hogwarts. The house Horglasses shattered spontaneously, their gems swirling in impossible patterns before reforming. The Sorting Hat began singing at random moments, songs about ancient powers and coming choices. Most troubling of all, students reported dreams of a strange wand calling to them, promising power and glory. Working with Headmistress McGonagall, Harry and Hermione pieced together the clues hidden in the founder's memory. The wand had been concealed within Hogwarts itself, protected by enchantments tied to all 4 houses. To claim it, one would need to prove worthy of each founder's legacy, showing courage, cunning, wisdom, and loyalty in equal measure. But they weren't the only ones searching. A group of radical pure-blood supremacists, calling themselves the heirs of harmony, had learned of the wand's existence. Their leader, a former professor named Augustus Blackthorn, believed the wand could be used to restore proper order to the magical world by enforcing traditional hierarchies. The race to find the wand became a test of everything Harry had learned about house unity since his school days. He assembled a team that reflected the best of each house: his own Gryffindor courage, Luna Lovegood's Ravenclaw insight, Neville Longbottom's Hufflepuff loyalty, and most surprisingly to some Draco Malfoy's Slytherin cunning. The final confrontation came in the heart of Hogwarts, in a chamber that appeared only when all 4 house ghosts assembled at the stroke of midnight. Blackthorn's followers had already breached the outer defenses, but they found themselves unable to solve the founder's final riddle, a challenge that required cooperation between representatives of all 4 houses. Harry's team worked together seamlessly, each contributing their unique strengths. When the wand finally revealed itself, rising from an ornate pedestal at the chamber's center, it glowed not with individual house colors, but with a pure white light that somehow contained all of them. Blackthorn, desperate and maddened by the wand's call, attempted to seize it by force. But the moment his fingers touched its surface, the wand's power surged through him, judging his worthiness. His desire for dominance and control proved his undoing. In the end, it was not Harry alone who claimed the wand, but his entire team working in concert, each touching it simultaneously. The founder's ultimate message became clear. True harmony couldn't be imposed by a single wielder, no matter how powerful. It had to be achieved through cooperation, understanding, and respect for different traditions and strengths. The Wand of Harmony now rests in a special chamber at Hogwarts, accessible only when representatives of all four houses come together in genuine cooperation. It serves not as a weapon or tool of power, but as a symbol and reminder of the strength that comes from unity and diversity. Years later, Harry would reflect that finding the wand had taught him something crucial about magic itself. The greatest power doesn't come from domination or control, but from the ability to bring together different strengths, traditions, and perspectives in pursuit of common good. In his office at the Ministry, he kept a small crystal that had once been part of the shattered house hourglasses. In the right light, it still shimmered with all four house colors, a reminder that the founders' greatest legacy wasn't their individual achievements, but their vision of what could be accomplished when different magical traditions worked as one. The story of the Wand of Harmony became part of Hogwarts legend, taught not as a tale of a powerful magical artifact, but as a lesson about the true meaning of house unity. And sometimes on quiet nights in the castle, students would swear they could hear the founders' voices in the halls, singing songs of harmony and hope for the future they had dreamed of building together. Story 3. The streetlights of Privet Drive flickered ominously, a sight that sent an uncomfortable shiver down Harry Potter's spine as he appeared with a soft crack in the shadows between houses number 3 and 4. 20 years had passed since he'd last lived here, yet the perfectly manicured lawns and identical houses still filled him with a peculiar mix of nostalgia and unease. But he wasn't here for a reunion. As head Auror, he was investigating the 7th attack on Muggle relatives of magical children in 2 months. This time, the victims were the parents of a Muggle-born first-year Hufflepuff. Like the others, they had been found unconscious, with strange magical signatures lingering in their home's signatures that reminded Harry all too strongly of his own childhood accidental magic. "It's the same pattern, sir," whispered Auror, his junior partner, materializing beside him. "The magical residue. It's as if someone tried to force magic into them." Harry's jaw tightened. He'd been avoiding the obvious connection, but he couldn't deny it anymore. Every victim had been like the Dursleys' Muggles, who were close relatives of magical children. Some, like his aunt and uncle had been, were resistant to magic. Others were supportive of their magical family members. But all had one thing in common. They were the closest Muggle connections to the magical world. Back in his office at the Ministry, Harry spread out the case files across his desk. The magical signatures were unlike anything he'd seen before, until he remembered something from long ago. During his 6th year, in one of those private lessons with Dumbledore, he'd learned about early attempts to give magic to Muggles. All had failed catastrophically. A knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Hermione entered, carrying an ancient-looking book bound in serpent skin. "Harry, you need to see this," she said, her voice tense. "We found it in the Department of Mysteries. It's Salazar Slytherin's personal grimoire." The book contained detailed notes about experiments in transferring magical power. Slytherin, it seemed, hadn't always believed magic should be restricted to pure bloods. In his early years, he'd searched for ways to grant magical abilities to Muggles, believing it might bridge the gap between the two worlds. But these spells, Hermione continued, pointing to complex runic diagrams, they're incredibly dangerous. They don't just transfer magic, they try to fundamentally alter a person's very nature before Harry could respond. A silver Patronus burst through the wall of Fawkes, belonging to his eldest son James, now a trainee healer at Street. Mungos. "Dad, you need to come quickly. They just brought in Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia." Harry's blood ran cold. He and Hermione exchanged quick glances before rushing to the hospital. They found the Dursleys in a secure ward, both unconscious but occasionally sparking with uncontrolled magical energy. They're the first ones to show this reaction, James explained, looking worried. It's as if their bodies are trying to either accept or reject the magical force that was pushed into them. Dudley arrived shortly after, his face pale with worry. He'd maintained occasional contact with Harry over the years, and his own daughter was now a second year at Hogwarts, a fact that had finally forced Vernon and Petunia to grudgingly accept the magical world's existence. I just told them about Emma making the Quidditch team, Dudley said shakily. They were actually thinking of coming to watch her first match. The breakthrough came 3 days later, when they traced an unusual magical signature to an abandoned shop in Nocturne Alley. Inside, they found walls covered in the same runic diagrams from Slytherin's grimoire, but modified, merged with modern magical theory. Careful, Harry warned as his team secured the location. Whoever did this knows exactly what they're doing. Came a voice from the shadows. Indeed, Auror Potter. Better than anyone, the speaker stepped into the light, a tall woman with graying hair and fierce eyes. Harry recognized her immediately. Margaret Benson, a renowned unspeakable who had mysteriously resigned a year ago. She was also a Muggle-born witch whose parents had died in a car crash, refusing to use magical transportation. You of all people should understand, she said, her voice filled with passion rather than malice. How many lives could have been saved if your aunt and uncle had been able to protect themselves magically? How many Muggle parents have died because they couldn't defend their magical children? By forcing magic on them? Harry demanded. By risking their lives with experimental spells? The spells work, she insisted. Slytherin was close, but he lacked our modern understanding of magical theory. I've perfected the process. Once the initial shock wears off, they'll have the power to protect themselves, to truly be part of our world. The duel that followed was unlike any Harry had fought since Voldemort. Benson wielded magic with the precision of a scientist and the fervor of a believer. But in her conviction that she was helping, she had blinded herself to the truth. Harry had learned long ago that magic wasn't just about power, but about choice and natural harmony. In the end, it was Hermione who found the counterspell, hidden in Slytherin's later notes, his own rejection of the experiments after realizing that forcing magic on those not born to it caused more harm than good. The Dursleys and other victims recovered, though the experience left them with a lingering sensitivity to magic, perhaps ironically, a deeper connection to the magical world than they'd had before. Vernon and Petunia did attend Emma's Quidditch match, and while they still flinched at obvious displays of magic, they managed to cheer when she caught the snitch. In the aftermath, Harry added new protections for Muggle relatives of magical children, working with both the Ministry and Muggle authorities to create safeguards that didn't require magical power to function. But more importantly, he established a new program at the Ministry, one dedicated to finding better ways to bridge the magical and Muggle worlds, not through forced transformation, but through understanding and acceptance. In his office, Harry kept a small photo of the Dursleys at the Quidditch match, next to his pictures of his own family. It served as a reminder that the greatest magic often wasn't in grand spells or powerful transformations, but in the small changes of heart that happen naturally, given time and patience. And sometimes, on quiet evenings at home, he would think about how far they'd all come, pure bloods, half-bloods, Muggle-borns, and Muggles alike, and realize that the true bridge between worlds wasn't built with magic at all, but with understanding, acceptance, and love. Story 4. The dreams began on a crisp autumn night, 20 years after Harry Potter had dropped the resurrection stone in the Forbidden Forest. They weren't like his old nightmares of Voldemort, nor were they the comforting glimpses of his parents he'd experienced through the mirror of Arise. These dreams felt different, more real, more present, as if his parents were reaching across some great divide to warn him. The barrier is thinning. Harry, Lily Potter would whisper, her green eyes filled with concern. Someone is trying to tear open the veil between worlds. Harry woke from another such dream in his office at the Ministry, where he'd fallen asleep reviewing case files. The magical windows showed a stormy sky, matching his troubled thoughts. As head auror, he'd learned to trust his instincts, and something about these dreams felt urgently important. His office door burst open, revealing a breathless junior auror. "Sir, there's been an incident in the Department of Mysteries. The Death Chamber. The Veil. You need to see this." The Death Chamber looked different from what Harry remembered. The ancient stone archway still stood on its days, its tattered black curtain moving in a non-existent breeze. But now, the fabric rippled with an otherworldly golden light. The whispers that had always emanated from behind it seemed louder, more distinct. "It started 3 days ago," explained unspeakable Cassandra Vale, her usual composure shaken. "The energy readings are off the charts. And we found this." She handed Harry a piece of parchment covered in complex magical calculations and diagrams. In the margins, a familiar symbol had been sketched repeatedly, a circle within a triangle, bisected by a line. "The Deathly Hallows," Harry murmured. "But what's this about the Resurrection Stone being a key?" Further investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. Someone had been systematically studying death magic, gathering ancient texts and artifacts. They'd even managed to recreate a perfect theoretical model of the Resurrection Stone's powers, despite never having possessed the actual stone. The trail led them to an unlikely suspect, Marcus Blackwood, one of the Ministry's most brilliant unspeakables. Harry found his office filled with research about the Veil, the Resurrection Stone, and theories about the barrier between life and death. But it was a photograph on Blackwood's desk that made Harry's heart sink. A family portrait showing a much younger Blackwood with his wife and daughter, both of whom had been killed by Death Eaters during Voldemort's first rise to power. He's not trying to study death, Harry realized. He's trying to defeat it. The pieces fell into place rapidly after that. Blackwood had discovered that the Resurrection Stone wasn't just a tool for glimpsing the dead. It was part of an ancient system for maintaining the boundary between life and death. By studying its magical signature in the Forbidden Forest, he believed he could use the stone's power to create a permanent passage. The search for Blackwood became a race against time. Harry's team tracked him through a series of magical disturbances across Britain, each one marking a spot where the barrier between worlds had grown dangerously thin. The dead were becoming more restless, more visible. Ghosts appeared in places they'd never been seen before. Portraits of the deceased began speaking of strange dreams and pulled loyalties. Finally, on a moonless night, they cornered Blackwood in the heart of the Forbidden Forest. He stood in a clearing Harry recognized instantly, the same one where he had once walked to his death, where he had dropped the Resurrection Stone. Blackwood had constructed an elaborate magical circle, its runes pulsing with the same golden light that now surrounded the Ministry's veil. In the center, floating inches above the ground, was the Resurrection Stone itself. "Don't you understand?" Blackwood pleaded as Harry approached, his wand raised. "We could have them back, all of them. Your parents, Sirius, Remus. Everyone we lost, they're not meant to come back," Harry said softly, even as his heart ached at the thought. "You know that, Marcus. The stone shows us their shadows because that's all we're meant to have. Shadows aren't enough." Blackwood's voice cracked with grief. "I've found a way to make it permanent. The stone isn't just for glimpsing the dead. It's a key to the door between worlds. If I can just complete the ritual." But as Blackwood raised his wand to begin the final incantation, something extraordinary happened. Figures began to emerge from the shadows of the forest, not the usual silvery ghosts or the stone's shadowy reflections, but something in between. Harry's parents were there, and Sirius, and Remus, and countless others. "My love," said a woman Harry recognized from Blackwood's photograph his wife. "You have to let us go." The confrontation that followed wasn't fought with spells or curses, but with the hardest magic of all, the magic of acceptance and letting go. The dead showed Blackwood, showed all of them, that the barrier between worlds wasn't a cruel separation, but a necessary balance. As dawn approached, Blackwood finally lowered his wand. The magical circle flickered and faded, and the resurrection stone fell quietly to the forest floor. This time, Harry left it where it lay, but he added new protections, not to hide it, but to ensure it would only be found by those who sought to understand death, not to defeat it. In the years that followed, Harry would sometimes return to that clearing, not to search for the stone, but to remember. The Department of Mysteries established new protocols for studying death magic, focusing on understanding and acceptance rather than control. Blackwood, after a period of rehabilitation, became instrumental in developing these guidelines, finding peace in helping others cope with loss. And sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, Harry would still dream of his parents. But now, the dreams were different, not warnings of danger, but gentle reminders that love transcends the barrier between worlds, and that the true magic of remembrance lies not in bringing back the dead, but in carrying their love forward into life. In his office at the ministry, Harry kept a small hourglass filled with forest soil from that clearing. When the light caught it just right, the grains seemed to shimmer with a familiar golden glow, not the fierce light of Blackwood's ritual, but the gentle radiance of understanding that some boundaries, even painful ones, exist for a reason. Story 5. The Forbidden Forest held many secrets, but none quite like the one Aurora Blackwood stumbled upon that autumn evening. The seventh-year Ravenclaw hadn't meant to venture so deep into the woods, but the strange shimmer she'd glimpsed between the ancient trees had proved irresistible. Now, as dusk painted the forest canopy in deep purples and fading gold, she found herself facing a hollow oak tree that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly blue light. Aurora's fingers trembled as they brushed against the weathered bark, feeling the thrum of ancient magic beneath. Her prefect badge caught the dying light as she leaned closer, dark curls falling forward as she examined the curious symbol etched into the wood, a raven with a book clasped in its talons. Without hesitation, she pressed her wand to the marking and whispered, "Wisdom beyond measure." The tree shuddered, and from a previously invisible cavity, a small leather-bound journal tumbled into her waiting hands. Its pages were yellow with age, the binding cracked and worn, but the elegant script on the first page was still clearly legible. Property of Helena Ravenclaw. Aurora's heart skipped a beat. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady, daughter of one of Hogwarts' founders. The ghost who rarely spoke to students, who drifted through the castle's halls with centuries of secrets locked behind her silent lips. Back in her dormitory, Aurora spent hours poring over the journal's contents by wandlight. Helena's elegant handwriting spoke of a hidden chamber within Hogwarts, a secret library containing her mother's most dangerous and powerful research. But it was the last entry that made Aurora's blood run cold, a warning about experiments with house elf magic that had gone terribly wrong. The next morning, when Aurora entered the Great Hall for breakfast, she immediately noticed something was amiss. The usually bustling breakfast service was subdued, with students serving themselves. The house elves, normally invisible but ever present, were nowhere to be seen. Professor Flitwick stood at the staff table, deep in conversation with the headmistress, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced by obvious concern. "They're falling ill," whispered Luna Lovegood's daughter, Celeste, sliding onto the bench beside Aurora. "The house elves. Dad says it's like nothing he's ever seen before. They're losing their magic." Aurora's fingers tightened around Helena's journal in her bag. The symptoms described in the last entry matched perfectly: magical exhaustion, followed by a strange silver sheen to the skin, and finally, complete loss of magical ability. Her research led her to the dungeons, where the most unlikely of allies awaited. The portrait of Salazar Slytherin hung in a forgotten corridor, covered in decades of dust. Unlike his usual stern depiction in history books, this portrait showed him in his later years, eyes heavy with regret. "I know why you're here, child," he said, his voice rough with disuse. "You seek Rowena's library," Aurora nodded, clutching Helena's journal. "The house elves are dying. There might be something in there that could help." Slytherin's painted eyes seemed to pierce her soul. "Rowena's quest for knowledge. It nearly destroyed everything we built." She discovered that house elf magic was the foundation of Hogwarts itself, the source of the castle's sentience, its very life force. Her experiments, he trilled off, shaking his head. "But the journal mentions a cure," Aurora pressed. "Helena wrote that her mother found a way to reverse it, at great cost," Slytherin replied. "The library is hidden in the heart of Hogwarts, where the castle's magic runs deepest. To reach it, you'll need the help of one who has already crossed death's threshold." Understanding dawned on Aurora. She needed to speak with the Grey Lady herself. Finding Helena's ghost proved challenging, but Aurora finally located her in the astronomy tower as midnight approached. The ghostly figure turned as Aurora approached, her transparent features showing a flicker of recognition at the sight of her old journal. "You know why I'm here," Aurora said softly. "Mother's research was dangerous," Helena whispered, her voice like rustling leaves. "The bond between house elves and Hogwarts is ancient and sacred. Her desire to understand it, to harness it. It nearly destroyed everything, but she found a cure," Aurora insisted. "Please, they're dying." Just like before, the Grey Lady drifted closer, her silvery form illuminated by moonlight. "The library lies beneath the grand staircase, in a chamber that exists between moments. To enter, you must offer something precious, a memory of pure joy. The castle feeds on happiness, you see. It's what sustains it, what protects us all." Following Helena's instructions, Aurora found herself standing before a seemingly solid wall at midnight. She pressed her hand against the cold stone, thinking of her happiest memory, the day she received her Hogwarts letter. The wall melted away, revealing a spiral staircase that descended into darkness. The library was vast, circular, with books floating like stars in an endless void. At its center stood a pedestal holding a single crystal phial filled with swirling silver liquid. But as Aurora approached, a figure stepped out of the shadows, the translucent form of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, a magical echo preserved within her sacred space. "My research nearly destroyed everything," Rowena's echo said, her voice resonating with power and regret. "The house elves' magic is pure, selfless. In trying to understand it, I tainted it. The cure requires an act of equal selflessness. A witch or wizard must freely give a portion of their own magic to restore the balance." Aurora understood then what she had to do. Raising her wand, she pressed it to her heart and began the incantation written in Helena's journal. She felt her magic flowing out of her, like water through cupped hands. The crystal phial glowed brighter, and throughout the castle, the house elves began to recover. In the days that followed, Aurora found her magic greatly diminished. Simple spells now required intense concentration and effort. But every time she saw a house elf's smiling face, or heard the familiar crack of their apparition in the corridors, she knew she had made the right choice. The secret library remained hidden, its location known only to Aurora and Helena's ghost. Sometimes, late at night, Aurora would return to read Rowena's research, learning from the founder's mistakes. And in the portrait down in the dungeons, Salazar Slytherin would smile slightly whenever she passed, a look of quiet approval in his painted eyes. The story of how the house elves nearly lost their magic became another secret kept by Hogwarts' ancient walls. But in the Ravenclaw common room, a new saying appeared etched in silver beneath the statue of Rowena, True wisdom lies not in the gathering of knowledge, but in knowing when to let it go. Story 6. Mist clung to the rolling hills of County Kerry like a protective shroud, concealing the small magical village of Drumcle from Muggle eyes. Or Marcus Blackthorn stood at the edge of an ancient stone circle, his enchanted compass spinning wildly in his palm. 3 witches and wizards had vanished from this remote Irish community in the past month, leaving behind only traces of unfamiliar magic that seemed to predate the founding of the ministry itself. The village's remaining residents spoke in whispers about shadows moving against the wind and ethereal voices carried on the evening breeze. But it was the mark Marcus found burned into the earth at each disappearance site that troubled him most, a triangular wreath in Celtic knotwork. A symbol that hadn't been seen since the fall of Grindelwald. You won't find answers in those stones. Or Blackthorn. Came a voice behind him. Marcus turned to face an elderly wizard wrapped in a weather-worn cloak. I am Friedrich Graves, and I believe I know what you're hunting. The old man's accent was distinctly German, and something in his pale blue eyes spoke of buried secrets. Those who disappeared, Friedrich continued, his voice heavy with regret. They were taken by the faithful, the last followers of Grindelwald. My grandfather's followers. Marcus's wand was in his hand before the last word left Friedrich's lips. You're Grindelwald's grandson? Friedrich raised his empty hands. I am, and I alone know what they plan to do with those they've taken. The ritual they intend to perform at the next dark moon, over steaming mugs of honey mead in Friedrich's cottage, the old wizard revealed a terrible truth. The faithful hadn't simply preserved Grindelwald's teachings, they discovered something far worse in their master's private archives. Ancient Celtic texts speaking of a being called the Morrigan, a creature of such power that even the druids had feared to invoke her name. They believe they can use my grandfather's blood magic, combined with druidic rituals, to bring him back, Friedrich explained, unrolling a yellowed parchment covered in spidery text. But they don't understand. The ritual they've pieced together won't resurrect Grindelwald, it will release the Morrigan from her mystical prison. The disappearances are sacrifices to weaken the ancient wards binding her. Marcus studied the parchment, noting the familiar triangular eye symbol among the Celtic runes. Why tell me this? Why not them? Friedrich's weathered face creased with pain. Because I've spent my life trying to atone for my family's legacy. The faithful approached me months ago, believing I would help them. Instead, I've been working to stop them. But I need help, someone with both the skill of an Auror and the moral courage to do what's necessary. Together, they traced the faithful to an underground chamber beneath the ruins of a medieval abbey. The air hummed with dark magic as they discovered evidence of the cult's preparations. Black candles made from human fat, ritual circles drawn in blood, and artifacts stolen from the Department of Mysteries. But it was the ancient stone sarcophagus at the chamber's center that chilled Marcus to his core. Its surface was carved with scenes of devastation, armies falling before a winged figure, cities crumbling to ash, the very sky torn asunder. The Morrigan's prison, Friedrich whispered. They believe my grandfather's spirit will possess it, but they'll only succeed in breaking the seals that have contained her for millennia. They had 3 days until the dark moon. 3 days to stop the faithful from unknowingly unleashing an ancient horror upon the world. Friedrich's knowledge of his grandfather's magic combined with Marcus's Auror training gave them a fighting chance, but the odds were still staggeringly against them. On the night of the ritual, storm clouds gathered unnaturally thick above the abbey ruins. Marcus and Friedrich watched from the shadows as robed figures led their bound captives into the underground chamber. The air crackled with magical energy, setting their teeth on edge. The leader of the faithful, a witch with silver-streaked hair, raised Grindelwald's original wand above the sarcophagus. Tonight, the greatest dark wizard of our age returns. His blood, carried in his descendants' veins, will forge the path. Friedrich stepped from the shadows, his voice ringing with authority. You fools, You're not serving my grandfather's legacy, you're destroying everything he fought for. The revelation of his identity threw the chamber into chaos. In the confusion, Marcus managed to free the captives while Friedrich confronted the cultists with devastating spells from Grindelwald's own grimoire, not to harm, but to contain and disable. But the ritual had already begun. The sarcophagus was cracking, dark energy seeping from its seams. The leader of the faithful lay dead, struck down by her own rebounding curse. But her blood had completed the circle. A terrible screech filled the chamber as ancient wings began to unfurl from within the stone. Friedrich met Marcus's eyes across the chamber. There's only one way to seal it again. The prison requires a sacrifice of magical blood freely given. That's how the druids bound her the first time, before Marcus could stop him. Friedrich pressed his hand against the sarcophagus, speaking words in an ancient tongue. Light blazed from within him, pouring into the stone. The cracks sealed themselves, the dark energy retreating, and Friedrich Graves, the last of Grindelwald's line, crumpled to the ground. In his last moments, Friedrich pressed a small journal into Marcus's hands. My grandfather's final writings, he whispered. He saw the truth at the end that power without wisdom brings only destruction. Promise me you'll keep them safe. Promise me his mistakes won't be repeated. The ministry recorded the incident as a successful operation against a dark wizard cult. The disappearances stopped, the ancient chamber was sealed, and life in Drumkel gradually returned to normal. But on certain nights, when the moon is dark and the wind blows from the hills, Marcus Blackthorn sits in his study reading the journal of Gellert Grindelwald, keeping watch over secrets that must never again see the light of day. And in a carefully warded vault beneath his home lies a small box containing a triangular pendant marked with an eye, a reminder that redemption can be found in the most unexpected places, and that the greatest acts of heroism sometimes come from those bearing the heaviest burdens of the past. Story 7. The ancient stones of D&M rose from the Scottish mists like the spine of some great sleeping beast. Professor Cordelia Winterbrook pulled her cloak tighter against the Highland wind as she made her way up the narrow path, her wand casting a soft blue light in the pre-dawn gloom. Behind her, Thaddeus Kane from the Department of Mysteries consulted a map covered in elaborate magical signatures. These readings are unlike anything I've seen, Thaddeus muttered, his dark eyes fixed on the parchment's swirling patterns. The magic here predates modern wandwork. It's more organic somehow. The ruins before them had once housed Britain's first organized magical school, centuries before Hogwarts. Most historians dismissed it as little more than a legend, but Cordelia had spent years piecing together its existence from fragmented references in ancient texts. As they crossed the threshold of what had once been the Great Hall, their wands illuminated worn carvings along the walls, intricate patterns showing witches and wizards working alongside muggles, sharing knowledge, healing the sick, tending crops together. The scenes were nothing like the strict separation depicted in most magical historical records. There, Cordelia called out, her voice echoing off the stone. Beneath centuries of moss and lichen, a familiar symbol emerged. 4 interlocked circles surrounding a fifth, the same marking from the founder's seal at Hogwarts. But this one's complete. Ours only shows for circles. Thaddeus waved his wand in an intricate pattern, revealing layers of protective enchantments. These wards, they're tied to both magical and muggle bloodlines. I've never seen anything like it. Hours of careful spellwork finally revealed a hidden chamber beneath the Great Hall. As they descended the worn steps, the air grew thick with preserved magic. The chamber walls were lined with shelves of scrolls and artifacts, perfectly preserved by ancient charms. But it was the life-sized portrait at the chamber's heart that drew their attention, a wizard in simple robes, his kind face bearing an expression of profound sadness. "Welcome, seekers of truth," the portrait spoke, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. "I am Aldwin Blackbrook, though history has forgotten my name. I've waited long for someone to find this place. Cordelia's hands trembled as she drew out a piece of parchment discovered in the Hogwarts archives. You were there at the founding of Hogwarts. With Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar. The portrait nodded slowly. The fifth founder, yes. Though they struck my name from every record, they could not entirely erase my presence. The fifth circle in their seal remained, a ghost of what was meant to be. Aldwin's tale unfolded like a tapestry of lost history. He had developed a form of magic that allowed peaceful coexistence between magical and non-magical communities. His techniques let Muggles see and interact with magical places and creatures without fear or confusion. The other founders had initially embraced his vision, seeing it as a way to protect young witches and wizards born to Muggle families. But fear took root. Aldwin's portrait continued. Salazar's concerns about persecution spread to the others. They began to see my work as a threat to the magical world's security. The night they moved against me, I had just completed my masterwork, a grand enchantment that would have allowed Hogwarts itself to be visible to Muggle parents of magical children. Thaddeus examined a crystal sphere on a nearby pedestal, its surface swirling with golden light. This is it, isn't it? The original enchantment? Indeed. But it was never activated. My fellow founders, my friends, they chose secrecy over harmony. They bound my magic, hid away my research, and began the great separation that exists to this day. Cordelia and Thaddeus shared a troubled look. The international statute of secrecy was failing. Muggle technology had advanced too far, making magical concealment increasingly difficult. The magical world faced a crisis of exposure unlike anything since the witch hunts. Your work, Cordelia said slowly. It could be the answer we need. A way to reveal ourselves gradually, safely. The choice is yours, Aldwin's portrait replied. But remember, fear was what drove us into hiding. Perhaps it's time for courage to lead us back into the light. Over the next weeks, Cordelia and Thaddeus worked tirelessly to understand Aldwin's research. His methods were revolutionary, subtle enchantments that could make magic seem wondrous rather than threatening to Muggle minds, spells that could ease the transition between worlds. But when they presented their findings to the Ministry, the reaction was predictably divided. Some saw hope in Aldwin's work, a chance to end centuries of deception. Others warned of catastrophe, arguing that the statute's collapse would bring chaos. The decision was taken out of their hands when a massive magical disturbance in London briefly disrupted all concealment charms in the city. For 7 minutes, Muggles saw Diagon Alley, witnessed owls delivering mail, and watched wizards apparating through the streets. The incident made international news, and no amount of memory modification could fully contain it. In the crisis that followed, Cordelia and Thaddeus were summoned to an emergency meeting of the International Confederation of Wizards. As debates raged about how to respond to the exposure, Cordelia stood and drew out Aldwin's crystal sphere. "We've spent centuries hiding in fear," she declared, her voice steady. "But another founder of Hogwarts showed us a different path. Perhaps it's time we followed it." The sphere's activation changed the magical world forever. Aldwin's magic spread across the globe, allowing for a controlled, gradual revelation of magical society. There was fear and resistance, certainly, but also wonder and acceptance. Muggle parents could finally see their children's school, could better understand the world their sons and daughters inhabited. In the decades that followed, a new wing was added to Hogwarts, dedicated to Aldwin Blackbrook. His portrait hung beside those of the other founders, the circle finally complete. And in the Great Hall, the school's seal was restored to its original form, 5 circles interlocked in eternal harmony, a symbol of unity between all peoples, magical and non-magical alike. Cordelia would sometimes visit Aldwin's portrait late at night, sharing stories of how his dream was finally being realized. And the old wizard would smile, his painted eyes twinkling with joy at the knowledge that fear had finally given way to understanding, just as he had hoped so many centuries ago. Story 8. Deep within the Department of Mysteries, in a chamber where time itself seemed to hold its breath, a crystal sphere began to glow with an otherworldly light. The prophecy inside had lain dormant for centuries, waiting for the precise moment when its words would become vital once more. As the sphere cast its ethereal glow across the darkened hall, its surface cleared to reveal words written in ancient script. From shadows of darkness, a light shall emerge, a guardian born of serpent's line, when old prejudice threatens to resurge. Their choice shall make the darkness shine. 16-year-old Corvus Blackwood first heard these words on a cold autumn morning in the great hall of Hogwarts, as whispers spread through the student body like wildfire. The young Slytherin's hands trembled slightly as he gripped his copy of the Daily Prophet, which bore the headline, "Ancient Prophecy Discovered." Next great defender to rise from dark wizarding family, Corvus knew all too well what it meant to carry the weight of a dark family name. The Blackwoods had stood with Voldemort in both wars, their history stained with choices made by generations before him. Though his parents had worked tirelessly to reform their family's reputation, the shadows of the past still lingered. The article had barely been published for a day when the first attack came. A group calling themselves the Luminous Order had emerged, declaring their intention to cleanse the wizarding world of potentially dark influences. Their first target was a shop in Nocturne Alley, reduced to ashes with a warning spelled out in burning letters. No more dark wizards at Hogwarts. Tension filled the corridors. Students from traditionally dark families found themselves increasingly isolated, watched with suspicion by their peers. Even some teachers seemed to keep a closer eye on certain students, as if expecting darkness to manifest at any moment. It was in this atmosphere of growing fear that Corvus found an unexpected ally. The portrait of Severus Snape, hanging in a quiet corner of the dungeons, called out to him one evening, "They fear what they don't understand, Mr. Blackwood," Snape's portrait said, his painted eyes reflecting decades of similar experiences. But fear breeds the very darkness they claim to fight against. Through conversations with Snape's portrait, Corvus learned about choice, courage, and the complex nature of good and evil. He began to understand that his family's past didn't define his future. It gave him unique perspective on the importance of standing against darkness in all its forms. Support came from unexpected quarters. Luna Lovegood's daughter, Lysandra, a Ravenclaw with her mother's dreamy perception, saw past house rivalries to befriend him. James Potter's son Alexander, carrying his grandfather's name and mischievous spirit, recognized the injustice of judging someone by their family name. Even a young Hufflepuff named Emily Abbott, whose family had suffered at the hands of Death Eaters, chose to stand beside him. Together, they formed a secret study group, calling themselves the Unity Circle. Students from all houses joined, many from families traditionally considered dark, others from families who had fought against Voldemort. They practiced defense, studied history, and most importantly, learned to see beyond prejudices. But the Luminous Order's influence grew when they attacked the home of a reformed Death Eater family, killing 2 house elves in the process. Corvus knew he couldn't stay silent any longer. Using knowledge gained from both his family's heritage and his new allies, he began to investigate the Order's leadership. The breakthrough came during a Hogsmeade weekend. The Order attacked the village, targeting students from traditionally dark families. As spells flew through the air, Corvus found himself standing between the attackers and a group of first years, his wand raised not in aggression, but in defense. "Your families brought darkness to our world," the Order's leader shouted, his mask gleaming in the winter sun. "We'll make sure it never happens again." "The only darkness here," Corvus replied, his voice carrying across the square, "is the hatred you're spreading. You've become what you claim to fight against, The battle that followed would be remembered for years to come. The Unity Circle fought as one, their combined magic demonstrating the power of unity over division. Corvus's shield charms, enhanced by ancient protective magic, learned from his family grimoire, saved countless lives. When the Aurors finally arrived, they found the Order's members bound and wandless, defeated by the very dark magic they had feared used not for destruction, but for protection. In the aftermath, as the truth about the Order's activities came to light, the wizarding world was forced to confront its own prejudices. The prophet's headlines changed from warnings about dark families to celebrations of unity and redemption. The prophecy's meaning became clear, not a prediction of another Dark Lord, but a promise that light could come from the most unexpected places. Corvus's story became a symbol of change. The Unity Circle expanded into an official school club, promoting understanding between houses and families of all backgrounds. Even the ministry began to reassess its classification of dark and light magic, acknowledging that intent and choice mattered more than heritage. In the years that followed, Corvus became known not as the heir of a dark family, but as a bridge builder, someone who understood both the allure of darkness and the power of choosing light. The portrait of Severus Snape watched with quiet pride as his lessons took root in a new generation. The prophecy sphere in the Department of Mysteries grew dim once more, its purpose fulfilled. But its message lived on in the changes it had sparked, a reminder that true darkness lies not in one's blood or name, but in the choices we make and the prejudices we harbor. And in the great hall of Hogwarts, where house banners still hung proudly, students began to sit at different tables, their robes a mixture of green, red, blue, and yellow. The sound of their laughter echoed through the ancient castle, a testament to the truth that Corvus Blackwood had helped them all discover, that the greatest magic of all lies not in the power we wield, but in the bridges we build and the understanding we foster. Story 9. The ancient scrolls in the ministry's archives had lain undisturbed for centuries, their weathered parchment crumbling at the edges, their secrets waiting to be discovered. It was Hermione who found them first, her eyes widening as she translated the archaic runes by wandlight. "Harry," she called, her voice echoing through the dusty chamber. "I think you need to see this." The prophecy she'd uncovered spoke of a protection spell so powerful it could transcend death itself, a magic born of love so pure it could create a shield not just for one, but for many. As Harry read the ancient words, his lightning bolt scar began to tingle for the first time in 20 years. The mark of sacrifice, the prophecy called it. A channel for love's protection, passed from mother to child, growing stronger with each generation of love added to its power. Harry's hand unconsciously touched his scar as memories of his mother's sacrifice flooded back. But before he could fully process this revelation, an urgent message arrived from the Auror office. A series of mysterious attacks had begun targeting the families of those who had fought against Voldemort in the Battle of Hogwarts. The Longbottoms had been first Neville's grandmother, found unconscious but alive, protected by some mysterious force that had repelled the attacker. Then came attempts on the Weasleys, the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix, and even the families of DA members. Each attack followed the same pattern, a powerful dark wizard attempting to exact revenge, only to be repelled by an inexplicable protective magic that seemed to emanate from Harry's old battle companions and their loved ones. As Harry investigated, his scar continued to react, not with the burning pain of Voldemort's presence, but with a warm, pulsing sensation that seemed to resonate with the protective magic at each attack site. The perpetrator called himself the Collector of Debts, leaving behind notes written in blood-red ink. The price of victory must be paid. The Dark Lord's fall demands balance. Working with Hermione and a team of unspeakables, Harry began to understand the truth. His mother's sacrifice hadn't just created a one-time protection. It had initiated an ancient form of magic that grew stronger with each act of love and sacrifice made during the war against Voldemort. Your scar isn't just a mark of Voldemort's attack, Hermione explained, surrounded by ancient texts in her office. It's a conductor for the most powerful protective magic ever created. Everyone who fought alongside you, who risked their lives out of love, they're all connected to it. The collector struck again, this time at the Burrow during a Weasley family gathering. Harry arrived to find the air thick with magic, his scar pulsing with golden light. The collector, a towering figure in crimson robes, stood frozen in shock as shields of golden energy emanated from every person present. Impossible, the wizard snarled, his mask concealing all but his burning eyes. This magic died with the Dark Lord. No, Harry replied, understanding flooding through him. This magic was born long before Voldemort, and it grew stronger with every person who chose love over power, sacrifice over dominance. The battle that followed was like nothing Harry had experienced since the war. The collector wielded dark magic that seemed to feed on vengeance and bitterness, but with each attack, the protective magic grew stronger. Harry could feel it flowing through his scar, connecting him to everyone present, a web of love and sacrifice that spanned generations. As spells flew and shields blazed, Harry began to see memories that weren't his own. Fred pushing George out of danger's way in their final battle, Molly facing Bellatrix to protect Ginny, Ron returning to Harry and Hermione in the Forest of Dean. Countless small moments of courage and love that had built upon his mother's original sacrifice. The collector's final attack, a curse of pure hatred, rebounded against this network of protection, shattering his mask to reveal a face Harry recognized. Augustus Rookwood, one of the last Death Eaters to escape capture, transformed by decades of nursing his revenge. You never understood, Harry told the fallen wizard as Aurors took him into custody. The power that defeated Voldemort wasn't just mine. It was everyone's, every person who chose to fight for others rather than themselves, who loved deeply enough to risk everything. In the aftermath, Harry worked with the Department of Mysteries to understand and document this ancient magic. They discovered that his scar had become a focal point for a protection that would last for generations, safeguarding not just those who had fought in the war, but their children and their children's children. The Marauder's map, when consulted, now showed additional layers of golden light connecting students whose parents had fought together, a visible manifestation of the protective magic that bound them all. In his office at home, Harry added the prophecy to a special collection of memories and artifacts. Next to it, he placed a photograph taken at the next Weasley gathering, everyone present surrounded by a soft golden glow, only visible in magical photographs, a testament to the enduring power of love and sacrifice. Years later, when his own children asked about his scar, Harry would tell them not just about the night he got it, but about how it had become something new, a symbol of the magic that connects all those who choose love over hate, protection over power, and sacrifice over selfishness. And sometimes, on quiet evenings when his family gathered close, Harry would feel his scar pulse gently, reminding him that the greatest magic wasn't found in power or prophecies, but in the simple, profound choice to love others more than oneself. Story 10. The first sign that something was amiss at Hogwarts came when the giant squid abandoned the Great Lake on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday morning. Professor Minerva Nightshade, great-granddaughter of the legendary McGonagall, watched from her office window as the ancient creature dragged itself onto the shore and began a slow, deliberate journey toward the Forbidden Forest. That evening, every portrait in the castle simultaneously turned to face east, their painted eyes fixed on some unseen point. Even the ghosts seemed restless, gathering in unusual numbers and speaking in hushed, worried tones. The castle itself felt different, its very stones humming with an energy that made the hair on the back of Minerva's neck stand on end. "It's starting," whispered the newest ghost of Hogwarts, Fred Weasley too, appearing beside her desk. Unlike his usual mischievous demeanor, his translucent face was etched with concern. The millennial awakening. "The castle is trying to tell us something." The next morning, Students arrived for classes to find the grand staircase had rearranged itself into impossible geometries. Where once the stairs had moved predictably between floors, they now twisted through spaces that shouldn't exist, leading to corridors that hadn't been seen in centuries. In the Great Hall, the enchanted ceiling showed not the sky above, but strange constellations no one recognized. Minerva called an emergency meeting of the faculty, but before they could begin, a new ghost materialized in the center of the staff room, the spectral form of Helga Hufflepuff herself. Once every 1,000 years, Helga's ghost announced, her voice echoing with ancient power, Hogwarts must undergo the ritual of renewal. Without it, the magic that sustains the castle will begin to fade. The founders built this failsafe into the very foundations of the school. Minerva leaned forward. What must we do? 4 students must be chosen, 1 from each house. They must complete a series of trials that will test not only their magical ability, but their capacity to overcome the divisions between houses. But choose carefully. The wrong selection could spell disaster. The ghost of Fred Weasley floated forward. I can help guide them. Being dead has its advantages. I can see things others can't. Over the next days, as the castle's strange behavior intensified, Minerva and Fred observed the students carefully. They watched as Rose Weasley Granger from Gryffindor helped a first-year Slytherin find his way through the newly mysterious corridors. They noted how Scorpius Malfoy's grandson, Atlas, used his knowledge of ancient runes to prevent a group of panicking students from being trapped by a suddenly vanishing floor. They saw Clara Chang from Ravenclaw organizing study groups that crossed house lines to understand the castle's changes. And they witnessed young Hufflepuff Timothy Abbott sharing his last chocolate frog with a hungry ghost, showing compassion even in chaos. These 4 were chosen, brought together in the headmaster's office as Helga's ghost explained their task. They would need to find 4 newly appeared chambers, each holding a piece of the founder's original magic. But the real challenge wouldn't be finding the chambers, it would be working together to overcome what waited inside. The trials began immediately. In Gryffindor's chamber, they faced their greatest fears made manifest, learning that true courage meant supporting each other's bravery, not just displaying their own. Ravenclaw's chamber tested not just their knowledge, but their wisdom in knowing when to trust each other's expertise. Hufflepuff's challenge forced them to sacrifice individual glory for collective success. And in Slytherin's chamber, they had to acknowledge the complexity of ambition, how it could drive them to excellence or tear them apart. Throughout their journey, Fred's ghost provided guidance and comic relief, his jokes helping to ease tensions when they rose too high. But it was his serious moments that proved most valuable, sharing insights gained from a lifetime and afterlife of understanding Hogwarts magic. As they progressed, the castle's deterioration accelerated. Walls became transparent, showing glimpses of other times and places. Students reported hearing the voices of long-dead wizards echoing through the halls. The portraits began to fade, their subjects growing increasingly panicked. The final challenge awaited them in the heart of Hogwarts, in a chamber that existed in all 4 houses simultaneously. Here they found 4 crystals, each burning with the pure magical essence of a founder. To complete the ritual, each student had to take a crystal of a different house than their own, trusting their companions to honor their own house's legacy. For a moment, they hesitated. Centuries of rivalry and mistrust hung in the air between them. But then Rose stepped forward, reaching for Slytherin's crystal. "Our houses don't define us," she declared. "They're just different paths to the same destination." One by one, they each chose a crystal from another house. As they did, the very foundations of Hogwarts shook. Light burst from the walls, floor, and ceiling, weaving together in a tapestry of magical energy. The castle's magic was renewing itself, strengthened not just by the ritual, but by the genuine unity demonstrated by its students. When the light faded, Hogwarts had transformed. The old divisions remained, but they felt more like bridges than barriers. The house tables in the Great Hall would occasionally rearrange themselves, encouraging students to mingle. New passages appeared that would only open when students from different houses worked together. Even the paintings began showing scenes of inter-house cooperation throughout Hogwarts history. Helga's ghost appeared one final time, joined by the spectral forms of the other founders. "You have done more than renew the castle's magic," she told the 4 students. "You have renewed its purpose." Hogwarts was never meant to divide, but to unite different strengths in common cause. Years later, visitors to Hogwarts would notice something unusual about the house hourglasses in the entrance hall. While they still counted house points, the gems would occasionally flow between glasses, creating patterns of all 4 colors. And if one looked closely at the school seal, they might notice that the animals no longer faced inward, guarding their territories, but outward, standing together to protect their shared home. The story of the Millennial Awakening became part of Hogwarts, a history, but its true legacy lived on in the daily life of the school. The castle had always been magical, but now it was alive with the kind of magic that mattered most: the magic of unity, understanding, and friendship across all boundaries.